My fucking game looks shit again. Oh, now my game looks shit again. Oh. Thank you, Dino. Hello, Stixico. Hello, Florina. I think my game looks shit again, yeah. My game looks so fucking weird right now. Maybe it's this? Right. Oh no. Hang on, Dino. If you can, please. I haven't set up anything yet. I'm just trying to figure out if I can stream. I'm sorry. Where did I do this? The other day? No. Graphic. This one? Yeah, this change. I don't know. It still has a reddish glow. Might be the weather now though. The login screen also looked different. Now let's put it to the test. Let's put it to the test. Oh my god, my game is so stuttery. I have 50 FPS in home base. Oh, what the fuck is going on? Nah, the game looks shit. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, look at this. It's like I'm fucking playing on PlayStation. Ah. So what, it restarted my PC at like 10%? I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm... I really don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do, guys. It's like it's like someone put like an ugly filter over my PC right now. The whole coloring is off. Nothing good to watch while I'm at work. I've seen everything on every platform. Wait, you mean series and stuff? Movies? Or what do you mean? I doubt you've seen everything. Movies. Hi guys, throw some movie suggestions for Saint Psycho. Let's help him out, find a movie to watch. Yeah, but sometimes you don't know what you're interested in, Saint Psycho. Sometimes you have to step out of the bubble. Yeah, join the giveaway again, everyone. And on YouTube as well. Everyone join YouTube again, please. Let's see, we'll play with the ugly game. At least I think it isn't doing the herky jerky anymore. Lose a throne. Good luck on the giveaway. I'm sorry, guys. Oh my god, my game looks so ugly. I don't know if I can do this. I literally don't know if I can do this. It pisses me off. Look at this. What the fuck is this? It's fucking PlayStation graphics. It's like colorblind settings. Yeah, I mean, my PC just died. My PC died. I had to hard restart it, and then I restarted it again, and I updated some shit. But now, this I had this, I believe Sunday. No, not Sunday. Friday. I believe I had this Friday as well, or Thursday. I don't remember which fucking day. Thursday or Wednesday. But my game looks fucking ugly. Yeah, my FPS is fucking low. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. This is... Oh my god. I don't know what to do, guys. I'm getting a fucking panic attack. Yep, and the music is lagging again. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to fucking do. I just want to stream. I just want to stream. Thank you so much for the raid, Dave. I'm sorry, I'm having some technical issues. I'm trying to resolve it. Thank you so much for the raid, man. Please, everyone, go follow Dave. Dude, I'm having the worst FPS I've ever had. Look how much color is coming from this fire. You guys know my settings, that's normally not the case. It's like my bloom is super high, or what's it called? Bloom or gloom. Look at it, look at the fucking coloring, it's so ugly. I'm so sorry guys, but I really need to fix this. I cannot keep my sanity like this. Is the running hot? No. I mean, it is for a split second. Obviously, anyone's system is gonna run hot if your CPU is at above 100%. But that's a split second. Whenever there's a loading screen or something weird in ESO, my CPU shoots to above 100%, and it's only with ESO. Now it stayed just under 100. But my game looks shit now, that's another issue. Yeah, now it went to 100 again. At least my audio isn't cracking anymore, but now my game looks shit, so... Sword Art Online it is. Ooh. It is a fun one. And it goes to 100 again. Yeah, just keep speaking at 100 whenever I do this. Whenever I travel anywhere. It's just fucking crazy. At least it's not bugging my sound anymore. Yeah. Yeah. It even happened when logging in, Tessie. Like, I don't know how tech-savvy you are, Desi, but what happened to me is yesterday the monitoring of my audio wasn't working in OBS. Yo, what up, Hammer? So yesterday my audio wasn't working, the monitoring, so I could not hear the sound alerts and that stuff, but the stream heard it, so that was fine. But I also always have my mic monitoring for the reason that a couple of months ago I had, whenever I was in the loading screen, it would lag my voice. My voice would go like beep boop 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 like a robot, and it would lag. And that returned today. The monitoring worked again, but that returned again. And it even got so bad that my music and everything started bugging. And we all know that ESO loading screens are just absolutely the worst coded loading screens in the planet Earth, because it always shoots up your CPU to 100%. And it literally made my PC crash like half an hour ago, 20 minutes ago. Then I got back, I restarted it, and now my game looks shit. I mean, you guys probably don't notice it, but me looking at my screen, it's just... it has like a reddish glow. All the gloom is way too bright. Everything is way too fucking bright. The distance looks like a misty blur. And it's not that the settings have changed at all. The settings are still exactly the same. It's also not... I watched my filters. The filters are still the same. Everything is still the same. But my entire like color palette of my PC just looks like fucking shit. And my... I don't know, my what do you call it? Like the details look like shit now. Check if this happens in other games. I did check back then, and then it was only ESO. So yeah, I don't know how well you guys are used to how my game looks. It obviously already looks a bit worse for you guys because Twitch encoding sucks as well. No, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. But I tried the I tried this. I cannot show you guys because it shows my email. But there is this setting. There is this setting about the night thingy, the night settings. Because look, these are night settings. As you can see, it adds red. But I put it to 0 and it still looks red. Because that's when I googled it. I don't know if you saw the weird textures you get. Yeah. Yeah, it's just so frustrating. I'm mentally quite strong about most things, but when it comes to tech, I just can't. I just can't. I just wanna not ever stream again. Probably, yeah, probably did. But I can check. Install it today again. It's still on the same. Still the same. What the fuck is this? Oh, now it just gets crazy. There we go. I don't fucking know anymore at this point. But yeah, I checked. I checked already. It's the same. Hmm. It's also the weather now, and my eyes are now overworked. Because I'm looking at everything. Something does tweak though. But it's not the setting I normally have, so I don't know about that. But it's something else. So I don't know how it looks. Test. See, it doesn't crack up my voice anymore, so that's good. But my FPS is also lower. That's another downside. And my game looks... Now it looks really dark. Now it looks really dark. Like even more dark than I like. Test. At least this seems to be over now. Nope, that was it. It's not fully over. Nope, there it is again. We're still roboting during a loading screen. It's not as bad anymore.
Over here, Maylander. I need to speak.
Yeah, it looks kinda... It's cloudy now and stuff. I cannot see the shit now. I don't know what to do. Now it changes the other monitor only. I'll change that one. How's Alec Q Desert these days? I don't even have to. Wait, there's only one way to go to Alec here. What? No one in Alec here? Damn. Um, I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's driving me fucking insane. Oh, it's cloudy here as well. It's cloudy everywhere. Yeah, it's really hard to determine my darkness now because it's cloudy. It seems kinda okay-ish. But I don't know. And my FPS is just low. I'm below 100 FPS here, 70 FPS, 80. I should be like at 120 something here. Oh, I'm sorry guys. I'm sorry for the boring content, but I need to fix this. Yo, Epic! What's good, man? What happened to this man? I don't know, my PC is gone to shit. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not doing well. What's good, man? What did you want to say, Epic? I'm sorry. Give words of wisdom about what? Not doing well? Well, yeah, I don't know. My PC crashed and stream is fucked. Audio keeps clipping. My game looks weird. Stream seems fine. Yeah, now it kind of does. But whenever we're in loading screens, our audio clips, our CPU explodes. I had these issues months ago and then it kind of moved away. But now the issue came back and 10 times worse, because now it even starts lagging out the music I'm playing. And like an hour ago, it got so far where it lagged out my entire PC and I just couldn't do anything on my PC anymore. Had to literally hard turn it off. And I don't know what it is. No, I'm playing it on YouTube, but the thing is, it's not that the music lag. I know what you're talking about. That is something either the music player or OBS fucks it up, but this is when I'm in a loading screen or something happens in the game that messes with my CPU, the music starts. You know that sound right before the crash? The sound right before your PC crashes, like the zzz, that you hear that for a split second, like the electrical circuit sound, kind of like zzz, you hear that, and then it fucks up the music and it fucks up my mic. My RGB from my microphone is even flickering. It's like some crazy like overload on the system for a split second, and sometimes longer than a split second, and I haven't had that issue in months because it was after like a random Windows update, and then it kind of like resolved itself. I had it for a couple of weeks back then, but not as bad. It never affected the music. It only affected my mic. Sounds like a bad input device. How? BSU? I don't know what that is. Power supply? Nah, I doubt it. I don't know what you've plugged in. Decimus could also be right. But why would my power supply unit only do it in ESO loading screens? And why did it have this a month ago as well? The game was fine. Because it's ESO. But how does that then is my power supply unit? And I also don't know what bad input device. How could I change? What could I do about that? My motherboard needs a driver BIOS update. I really don't think it's hardware related, but if it was hardware related, it would be more consistent. And right now, it's barely doing it anymore. Now my games look shit. How old is your computer? 3? years old. Three and a half. See, now it lags my voice a little bit. No, and it's also like my CPU is powerful enough, my GPU is powerful enough. It's not like I'm overperforming my PC or something. They should all be really easy for my PC, but there's just something off right now in the moment. I do think it's software related, but I don't know why. What up, Zim? So yeah, now the game looks really a bit too dark, I believe. But I don't want to change the settings again. What software you got running? What you mean? Like simultaneously, or? Because like the thing is, ESO lagging and having FPS drops and whatnot, that's fine, right? But normally that should not affect the other stuff that's going on, and like a couple months ago it started doing that to my mic, only my mic. Then it fixed that, and today it started doing it to my mic and my audio output as a whole, and then later my entire PC. So yeah. Or if you think it's a software issue, I mean, it's not a hardware issue. It's something within, I don't know what, something updated wrongly or whatnot. But for me to figure out what that is, I don't know. Did you get update? Yeah, I already done that. Yeah, the OBS also doesn't start properly. Like, it starts up, and then I have to close it, and I have to start it up again for it to actually start up. Dog, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the fellowship. Everything is up to date. And OBS itself seems to be fine as well. Like, it doesn't use a lot of CPU. I'm only at like 2% CPU. Even during the crazy moments, it doesn't do much. It doesn't drop any frames to the stream, so the stream is perfect. Everything in that regard is good. It's just the mic tweaking out and the audio sometimes. Well, now it's only the mic left. The audio is not anymore. But then again, when after I rebooted my PC, my graphics seem weird. So it's just a lot of fucking nonsense, and I have no clue where to begin. And I don't have the patience to test all of that. I have no clue. So I don't know. Anyway, but what is it what you needed, Epic? Words of wisdom. What do you need, my friends? Go to performance. Yeah, I already did that. Check QDB. Oh, my GPU is more than fine. My GPU is more than fine. And look at your chat. Oh yeah, I have the monitor up. It's more than fine. It's at it peaked at 75 degrees. And my CPU peaked at 86 degrees during those split seconds in the CPU. Is it a bit high? Yeah, I have a very compact PC, it's always like that. It's a bit high, but it's not PC crashing at all. The GPU will start bottlenecking somewhere close to 90. I have a very compact PC, so it doesn't have the greatest airflow, so it always been like that. I do have a water cooler though, so it's doing pretty okay. It's not crazy. And it peaked at that. It's not at that constantly. Just peaked at that. I've had issues with the temperature when my water cooler was actually broken. So I know the difference between that, because then the whole system starts bottlenecking. I wouldn't even be able to stream right now. Maybe you're streaming too much? Nah. You live every day? Yeah, almost every day. But again, that shouldn't be an issue for my PC. I just hate this type of shit, because I'm unable to fix it. Like, I couldn't last time as well. Random disconnect, all the other stuff kept playing. No, but my whole PC crashed. Or at least I had to turn it off, because it wasn't reacting to anything anymore. It didn't open task manager, nothing. Give me another guy, see if you get the same issues. Well, back when that happened, the last time, I streamed WoW, and it didn't happen in WoW, so... I mean, I know it's ESO related, because it is during an ESO loading screen. Like I said, this used to be... Like, more people had this issue. Khan had this issue back then as well. But yeah... No. I don't know. Right now, I just want to be in a not cloudy place to see my coloring. Yeah, I know, Epic, but like you say, I'm live every day, right? It's not like I'm having these issues every day. Yeah, maybe the sun is shining there. Where is that aim again? Here. Hello, Jessica. Hello, Sakutaro. Happy Sunday to you as well. See, what happened back then, and now during the loading screen you would hear my voice cracking. Well, it says weird coloring. Yes. What are you asking for, Mr. Epic? Encouragement. Yes, but about what? Anything, motivation? Wait, I'm confused. Are we doing awesome, bro? Enjoy watching your stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm actually not doing too well at the moment. I'm having near panic attacks because of my PC acting up. But well, it seems fine now. I don't even know where the fuck I am. Be motivating? But that doesn't make any sense. How can I be motivating if I don't know what to motivate you for? I need to connect with you to be motivating. See, my voice lagged there. You guys, I think you guys could hear it, right? My voice was lagging there. Did not hear lag? Well, it was there. This is a pretty zone. But it's not the right coloring. Nice! Nice, Akutaro. Good luck with that. Watching your stream yesterday, but only saw 10 minutes. I was wondering if you got the problem fixed with the sounder. Yeah, that problem is fixed. So that was yesterday. Yesterday we... the stream and everyone could hear the sound alerts, but I couldn't. That was a monitoring issue. See, I hear this now. The beacons are lit. Gondor calls for 8. And Ron Valenza. But Epic, what's going on? What do you need motivation with? Like I need to connect. I need to connect to you to what's going on. Like, what do you want from me? Like a generic David Goggins speech? Come on. Let me connect to you. Yes, everyone go follow Hammer. Go follow Epic, go follow Desi. See, I'm not the only I'm having a fine day. It's my fucking PC. And since I want to stream, that's putting me in a very awful day, yeah, but other than that, I'm fine. Experience? No, it's not GeForce experience. It's CPU. It's CPU related. Hmm. Just board all over the map. See what's up. Let's go here. See if the sun is shining a bit more. Raunin! Thank you so much for the follow. Uit te zetten? No, I cannot turn off GeForce experience. It's my filters. I want to use my pretty filters. Okay, so now we're in... Nice, the sun is shining here. That's good. So now we can actually look at some coloring. It still looks off. It still looks off. Still looks off. It looks better than I started with. I have to try to work on a video for a non-ESO video. May I ask what about? Or you don't want to share? Good luck on the giveaway. I'm keeping it on this for now. Or is it too bright? Nah, it's pretty now. And the colors pop off again. You got Voice of the Foe? I've never heard of that. Hopefully everyone has been enjoying the Everything Wall event. I think the Everything Wall event on itself is like quite a cool idea. I think the implementation is a bit underwhelming though. It's hopefully phase 3 will give that. Like for me personally, like I'm gonna be completely honest. For me personally, I don't really care because I've never really been like an event type of player, so I'm fine with whatever. But I just want people to have fun in this game, and I know a lot of people are a bit disappointed about the Everything Wall event. Some people are extremely disappointed. So hopefully phase 3 is gonna give a bit more of that. Because I'm playing right now again. The voice of the I've never heard of that. What type of video is it gonna be? Is it gonna be like a you trying the game in your epic way of how you always play games, and then you make like a video like that? Or are you gonna do opinionated content like reviews or guides, tutorials? I'm still working on that, not sure what it's gonna look like. I see. Like if I would wanna watch a epic video that isn't ESO related, and this is me personally, right? This is me personally, like me being a fan of your content. Me personally would think the coolest thing that you can do when you play other games is just play the game and have all those moments in the game happening to you, and then give your typical epic commentary towards it. That would be like, I think, because in that way when I click on the video I'm still watching an epic video, if that makes sense. An ambient sandbox horror game? Oh my god, that sounds like a nightmare. I got full. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about, Epic. That is exactly what I'm talking about, because that is what always made me enjoy your ESO videos so much as well, because you always came up with these weird build ideas, and then you brought it in such a comedic and entertaining way, and you always created like a narrative. That's what I really like about your content. Again, excuse me for over-analyzing, but I'm quite a nerd like that. I that's what I really like about your content, that you're always doing stuff that a lot of people don't pay attention to. You pay then attention to, and then you always bring it together in like a narrative and like a comedic way. Yes, I do, Lagata, I do, but the issues have not started immediately after the update. So it's not particularly that. Also, I had the issues, Words of Wisdom acquired. Yeah, I hope you can do something with that. But that is me, by the way, Epic. That is me. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know, like, I don't know if you... It's weird, right? Asking about your own content. For example, I have a couple of people that I always ask feedback for in my videos. I don't know if you have a couple of people like that. Maybe it's a good idea to, like, have a little bit of a sparring with them about like ideas that you're trying to toss up. But this is just me as a consumer of your content. That is like what I truly like about you. Like, I remember when you made that. It's one of my favorite ESO build videos of all time, where you made the video about the Mech Acuity Warden, where you created that whole narrative that you I think he was declined for the stream team. Was that with a letter of Gina or something? And then you were like sarcastically explaining like, oh my god guys, this is such a unique build. This was such a unique build. I was declined. Yeah. Wait, you was actually declined, or was that your spoof? Because I also applied with my YouTube channel, but I never heard anything. I was actually declined. Did they say why? That's funny, actually. They did not want me? Nice. That's an accomplishment. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. In all honesty. Did I just cheat code doing this content? I mean, it don't bother. No, of course. Like, I always say that as well. Like, it's not my end goal to be in the stream team. It definitely has some pros. For sure. Like, if you like ESO and you like streaming ESO, of course being on the stream team is a pro, but it's not my goal or something. So if they would decline me, I would also not be super upset. Free cards and ESO, but that is actually pretty cool, yeah. And the giveaway codes. The giveaway codes are really cool. And I guess it's somewhat cool that you can have some kind of direct contact with not the devs and stuff, but with someone from Sauce. So you could be, you know, situations where you can be helpful for your community or whatnot. But yeah, it's not. Khan said it the other day as well. Like you said, like, I think some people have like a mistaken idea of what it means to be in the stream team. It's not some kind of entrance into like the secret chambers of the devs or something. You do have some feedback, but how much they do with it and how much they respect it is very questionable. There's for sure some favoritism. Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not sure what you mean by that to begin with. I'm not sure what you like between the stream team, or once you're on the stream team versus being another content creator or something. Nice. I support some creators way more than others within the stream team. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Sometimes it also kind of could make sense. And holding my tongue? No. See, that is a big misunderstanding. If you're on the stream team, you don't have to be silent. But what is his favoritism? What does he get more, you think, from Cinemax. I'm not trying to debate, I'm genuinely like interested, like. And like Supplicate, that is something about the like Pain in the Axe, Okui, Khan from Ninja Pulse, Skinny Cheeks, they've all been super critical of the game, openly.
You plugged one leak, but 3 more shall take its place.
Nice. Epic cheat. This is the content you guys are watching me for, right? Because like Supplicate, how long have you been watching me now? You know I don't give a flying fuck about anyone. I say whatever I want to say. I call out sauce on the bullshit all the time. I don't think that's particularly being on the stream team, yes or no. You're too afraid of screwing up a good thing, you know? But how? How would you... I mean, unless you're literally gonna do something that is super questionable in general. But then you should have to worry about streaming, not being on the stream team. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely, obviously... There are stream team members that do a lot of bootlicking. There are stream team members that do a little bit of, you know, pretending everything is fine with the game. There's nothing going on. But most stream team members are genuine people. Like, in all honesty, before I knew a lot of streamers, I felt the same. I felt like, oh, these stream team members, they probably just, you know, bootlicking, ass kissing. They're probably not allowed to be critical and whatnot. But then I actually got to know these people. I actually got to know Okui. I actually got to know Pain. I got to know Biz very well. I got to know Khan pretty well. But influence suits the game. Yeah. Influence suits the game. Oh, you think Cynode's feedback has led to certain decisions? I'm not sure, because I'm not sure if Zynode is that happy with all these updates. I wouldn't know, honestly, Epic. I wouldn't know. You could be right, but I wouldn't know. Because, for example, again, this is me. I'm just gonna be completely honest here right now. You guys know me. I'm an honest dude. Before I ever got to really talk to people, I also thought that Skinny Cheeks was like that. I thought that they catered a lot towards Skinny Cheeks' feedback, but apparently that's not the case at all. And he's been quite bluntly ignored, or yeah, they didn't do anything with his feedback like numerous times. So in that regard, I'm not so sure. But again, I don't know. You could be right. You could 100% be right. I don't have the information to like deny it, but I also can't really see that it is definitely true. But it wouldn't like surprise me. We'd be open to productive criticism and acknowledge when they do something wrong or something I do is actually better, even if it pisses the investors. Because in the long run, that's a better relationship to have with the community. Know what to do now. Deleting feedback from post. Yeah. Like Sauce is extremely weird with feedback. The fact that their whole feedback loop is pretty much like selective forum posts and maybe a little bit of bug reports in the game. And other than that, like they seem to ignore or either incapable of dealing with a lot of feedback in the game. But let's port into Cyrodiil. Let's try to have some fun again. I'm sorry for my almost meltdown, crash down. I just have PTSD. I have PTSD from my PC crashing and whatnot. Because as you guys can imagine, this is quite a big deal for me. And yeah, I would be quite upset if I cannot stream properly anymore. So let's hope the game is fine now. Let's hope it was like a one-off buggy load-in or something. Game is fine, you will be fine. Nah, it's literally PTSD. It's literally PTSD. It's the same. If any of you guys ever had an injury, if you guys ever had like a physical injury, and then let's say months later or years later you do something, right? You do something, you run or you walk or you exercise, and then you feel something. You feel something in that place again. For, let's say it's your knee. You had like a very bad knee injury. You recover from it. And then you, I don't know, you go running or something and you step and you feel like a little tweak in your knee. So what does your brain do? What does your mind do? You immediately go back like, oh my god, it's that injury again. That's kind of the PTSD I get. Whenever my sound bugs, I have a mini panic attack that my PC is crashing. Because I've had my PC crashing, I went through the blue screen loops for hours and whatnot, and that shit just stresses me the fuck out. It just stresses me the fuck out. And it maybe sounds silly because there are way bigger issues in the world and way bigger things to worry about, but for me, I don't know, I cannot help it. It's just something in my mind, something in my brain. Ego is one hell of a problem with people in charge of projects. I know better. Oh yes, yes, yeah, I sincerely believe that as well. The way they spoke with a certainty, a arrogance, where they said, haha, don't you guys worry, we tested the power of subclassing. And then they clearly were surprised themselves as well. Hence the update later. They adjusted a ton of stuff, but they couldn't adjust it too far because guess what? Talking about ego, and again, we can talk about the devs, but here is me again. I'm gonna point the finger at the player base. And I cannot blame people because it's a very common human psychology, but you have to step out of that sometimes and look with empathy towards the bigger picture. Because what happened is they wanted to take away a lot of power. And guess what? The community exploded. The community exploded. There are entire PvE communities that have quit the game because they got given the ultimate power and then their power got reduced a little bit and they could not push their power towards what previously their power was, and that made them quit the game. And that's also something ESO notices, SOS notices, so that's also something they have to navigate with. So in that regard, it's a bit too bright now, isn't it? What do you guys say? Is this screen too bright or is it fine? I feel like it's a bit too bright for my likings. What's going on? What did I miss? Nothing particularly. We're just talking about soul staffs and whatnot. Or if you talked about me, my PC crashed. And I have some weird issues with loading screens in ESO. What's going on with MS? Apparently there's 182 plays on today. What? Where? I don't see him. Oh, these populations, they are very off a lot of times. They are very off a lot of times. I mean, oh wait, players today. That could be, yeah. I think. That could definitely be, yeah, but that's not a lot. That's for the entire day. That's actually not a lot. That's actually horrible. No, it's not concurrent. It's the entire day. That's actually not good at all. But you're also saying it's low. I'm confused now. I was not sure how they get their numbers though. But yeah, the trend is definitely going down. Yeah. I mean, it was really busy around that time. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the daily logins. Because that was when, was that when subclassing got released? Wait, when did subclassing get released? It's a bit weird though, the numbers are weird. I don't know where to look at. But yeah, I do believe that most of these sites are just being highly inaccurate. No matter how to play WoW. Well, you also have Guild Wars, and you also have RuneScape, and you also have Throne and Liberty, you also have Ashes of Creation on the horizon. You have the new the Wushu game. What's that called again? Where Winds Meet. That's supposed to be a quite promising game, but again, you have to like that stuff. It's not for everyone. Ion 2. Crazy pay to win, yeah. It's really funny that the developers of Ion openly admit and say like, yeah, in the beginning there won't be pay to win, but after the game gets older, we're gonna implement some pay to win elements. Thank you for being honest at least. Slower X-Ways? I actually don't know. I'm actually not sure. That's something I don't know. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in again, by the way. I see we are over 100 viewers again. Thank you all for returning. We were almost at 200 viewers when we crashed. With the climb back up. So thank you all for tuning back in. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's try to have some fun. Let's try to have some fun. It's not easy. Nah, there's something still off with my coloring. But it's fine, I guess. Like, how does the game look for you guys? Like, watch and don't be kind, just be honest. Like, because I know it's different. You guys must see something different at least. But I also feel like it kind of doesn't matter in a way. So let me know if you guys think something is on or off with the thing. Right. I thank you guys. Ciao. Good luck, guys. Yes, by the way, everyone that was early in the stream before I crashed, you guys all have to type in the keyword again, of course. Good night, Aaron. And thank you again for the gifted subs earlier, man. I appreciate you a lot, Aaron. Thank you so much for being such a supportive and generous person. Thank you so much. Do you think Sus pulls his finger out? They have to. I agree, they have to. I don't know if they're gonna. They might. You know what they might do? This is my prediction. This isn't my prediction about next year. They're gonna have that announcement before the end of the year, I believe, right? Or is it right after the new year? I'm not sure anymore. But they're gonna do like that big announcement of what's going to happen. They're gonna announce the changes to the new content pass system. So, because this was like a transition year, supposedly. So they're gonna announce whatever the fuck that is. That's probably gonna make a lot of people mad. But then, I believe they're gonna pull something out of their head again. That's gonna make a lot of, like, a certain subgroup of the people really exciting. And then it's the question if they actually deliver. Like, the dynamic server-wide world event, which the Writhing Wall was. Which I think made a lot of people quite enthusiastic to begin with. They came with like the revolutionary subclassing system. Know what I mean? Swimming mounts, that type of nonsense. I think they're gonna pull a bunch of that kind of stuff out of their head again. And not actually fix the game. Yeah, in January. I think you guys are right. That's what I think. But I don't know. And evidence for the lack of content this year. Yeah, but this is like the weird copium you could have is this was supposedly to be a transition year. Whatever the fuck that means. And you know what's also very sad, Decimus? You know what's very, very sad? And this is genuinely depressing. This is genuinely depressing, but you know what's the most sad thing about everything? They actually put in a lot of development time and a lot of money and a lot of investment in what they did this year. It's just extremely underwhelming. Like that writhing wall system, the whole thing is probably one of the biggest things they've done. Oh yeah, no, that's for sure. But to me, but again, I'm yelling against the wind because my message will never reach any money enticed corporation. But to me, it doesn't matter how much development you have. All the development should prioritize towards maintaining the game. If you maintain the game, then you can slowly build towards implementing new things in the game. What they do is they implement new thing after new thing after new thing after new thing, and they never maintain the game, actually. And that to me is sad, because a dedicated development team has worked for 9 months to create swimming mounts. Whatever technological issue at hand there is, it may be a very hard thing to do. So kudos to doing that, whatever the fuck. You know, let me be positive here. That sounds like 9 months of dedicated development time that probably could have fixed a big portion of the battleground issues. And then we're gonna ask ourselves, what is more important to the game? That we have swimming mounts, so we can reach our resource that we're gathering for crafting 2 seconds faster, or an actual replayable PvP game mode? My point exactly, Decimus. My point exactly. But they clearly prioritize certain things. That's why I say, like, they keep implementing new stuff upon new stuff upon new stuff, and they're never maintaining the game. Maintaining the game is looking at systems that are in the game every half a year and look at, like, hey, less people are playing Tales of Tribute. What's going on? Let's research, let's look at the feedback, let's see what's going on. Oh, people complaining about this one deck. You have this one thing and everyone is being memed by this one cheese deck. Okay, let's fix that. Boom. Tales of Tribute fix. Battlegrounds. Okay, certain game modes seem to have clear issues. Domination takes 2 minutes. Capture the Relic takes 15 minutes. Something is off here. Let's look at feedback. Let's look at data. Let's look at things. Alright, let's adjust some stuff. Boom. Let's look at dungeons. Hey, the dungeons seem to have, like, certain issues. What can we fix there? Overland. Quests. That's maintaining a game. That's where you should put resources towards every time. And then people are always gonna say, yeah, but that doesn't make money. Yeah, sure. If you believe in made up money, like the rest of the bullshit people that believe in that, then sure. But I guarantee you it will make you fucking money in the long term always. Because if people enjoy your game, that will always be a net positive. I mean, look, New World makes you see. No, you cannot compare New World to anything. That's just totally different. You have to realize that New World comes from a whole different road, whole different path. Because New World was a money loss from day one. And that's kind of like the issue about ESO, because ESO is still not a money loss. They're still making a fuck ton of money out of this game. It's kind of the issue. So they get like not motivated to actually up the quality because they keep getting their money anyway from a lot of different aspects in the monetization. And New World didn't really have that on that same scale, same level. Remember, New World's sold like 1 million copies on day one, including pre-orders. And then within a couple of weeks, they went down to like below 100k players. That's something they never recovered from. That's something ESO never went through. I bet ESO at certain points where they even had like less players, like still made relatively the same money. So in that regard, I think it's different, but you never know, of course. I mean, and that's the thing about MMOs. MMOs can always fucking die. That's what happens. But we've been spoiled by a couple of, and most MMOs die. I don't know if people realize that, but most. Oh my god, a fucking accidental streak again. I'm so tired of those. Everyone is just streaking around like idiots, and then they accidentally streak me. He was clearly going for the other dude. The sad thing that New World last update provided more content than ESO last few years combined, and player sentiment was, yeah, no, obviously it's fucking, it's horrible what happened there, and I agree. I think New World did a lot of things better than ESO in all honesty, but not everything. Definitely not everything. Certain things they really did not do better. And sadly, it's like you talked about earlier. I feel like it's an ego thing as well, where instead of learning from each other, they're always trying to be like, haha, but we're different. Ooh. Yikes. I think this is the wrong type of group to try to bomb. Yeah, see? So the loading screen issue is still there, but we'll see. Let's see. They've made me hopeful. Yes. Gathering is miles ahead of ESO. Also like having loading screens, but yeah. Yeah. Like, I still think ESO accidentally cooked with their combat system. They accidentally just cooked the most amazing MMO RPG combat system ever, in my opinion. And I say accidentally because I know a lot of the aspects of why the ESO combat system is good wasn't particularly their initial intention. So they accidentally cooked, and yeah, hindsight 2020, they might have better not cooked with the combat system, so a lot of us wouldn't fall in love with this game so much. Nah, that's maybe a bit too harsh. ESO has done a lot of things phenomenally. Oh, hello, game. Yes. Oh, by the way, Desi, be there. Be there. I want you to be there. Yes, that's an order. Koktra, Meister, Diadem, they're all gonna be there as well. I have to convince Jada to come as well. I want to show a different side of PvP for everyone. How much crowns? I'll get paid? This guy, man. This guy. Magenta! Hello, 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 Magenta. How are you doing? What if I use the Urukai costume on an Ori character and played LOTR or something? Wait, but what kind of Urukai? You would just want to play like a regular Urukai dude? You can, but then you obviously have to make your skills be something simplistic like that as well. So like, for example, two-hander skills or... Yeah, any fantasy. Doesn't have to be Lord of the Rings. You can go whatever you like. If you have some kind of cool build from like any other fantasy universe you like yeah, Star Wars. I don't know what you're into. I know you were really into Star Wars, right? You could do something with that. Yeah, grab us going Dracula. That's kind of the goal. Like, the goal is that we're gonna have like Harry Potter versus Dracula, and then we have Goku versus Thor, and then we're gonna have Captain America versus Gandalf. That's kind of the goal. Goku versus the Hulk, yeah, that type of stuff. How come as the archer you shot first arrow at Helm's Deep? You can, but then your build has to be RP. for that. So what would that be? Just like, I would argue it should be just one bow skill. And other than that, not use anything else. So maybe like a 1-bar bow build with only passive damage buffs to your bow. Do something like that. And obviously you have to make your character look. You obviously have to get your fashion on point. Anyone want to make a character with me? What you mean, the character creation? Or you want to like start from level 1 and level up together? America costume. It's the America LG Bash build. Like, we're gonna judge it. We're gonna judge it, Decimus. We're gonna judge the build. So yes, Captain America could definitely be a Bash build, but are we gonna allow the cheese meta Bash? We're not sure. We're gonna have a couple of judges, and we're gonna see like the RP has to be on point. But yeah, obviously if you want to make a Captain America build with like sword and board as being your offensive, which one Bash builds, then yeah, but maybe like Deadlands Demolisher is not really a part of it, you know what I mean? Shield, exactly, that's exactly what we want to see. Yeah, maybe someone can come up with a build where the shield throw skill is gonna hit someone for a 10k or something. I don't know. Captain Finland. See, that's kind of the goal. We post like most of the rules already in the channels, so go check that out. Let me pull it up. So this is like roughly the rules. Famous fantasy RP characters dueling each other by making their character look and fight like that character would be by picking the right fashion and build. The build rules: the prio of your build should be RP, which means it has to make sense for your character that you've chosen to RP and not just some meta nonsense to win the duels. And it has to be accepted by the judges, which are me, Devil, Rats, Pure, and Hawa. You can reach them in Discord RP build judgment channel. So we made like a channel where you can put in your build, and then we can say like, nah, please change that set. That's a bit, you know, that doesn't really make any sense. You have to have your build accepted, else you cannot participate. So please try to do it in time. If really necessary, we could still judge right before the tournament, but that will cause some more stress on us. So please try to prepare if you can. The opponent, so we're gonna pick purely by RNG. So we're gonna have like a wheel of names, and then we're gonna make like a bracket. Like depending on how many participants, we will make a bracket, which leads into a final. The duel rules: best of 3. The 5 minutes, so we're not gonna go for 15 minutes stalemate, so we're gonna go for 5 minutes with a timer and everything. If both are alive, the judges will decide based on DPS dominance and who got the most to low health. We're gonna pick a walkout song, you know, so everyone what do you call it, like, for example, if you're role-playing Goku, then you should pick the Dragon Ball Z theme song, you know? Location, we're not sure yet. We kind of want to go for the open world. I think it would be really cool to just gather all your gather like super many people. Like I really want to make it a spectacle. And what I also want to do, which I'm gonna add tomorrow as well, and this is only voluntarily, and this is where I want Koktra to shine, specifically Koktra. The 2 fighters can go into Discord. They kind of have to, in my opinion, even if you don't want to talk. We're just gonna drag you into a Discord with the 2 of you, and then that's gonna be heard on the stream. And then obviously I want people to roleplay, and trash talk in a family-friendly manner, of course. You know, I want to combine WWE, RPing, actual dueling, all these things together into like a super spectacle. What do I have to do to get Casa and Arcanist? Oh? Yeah, Rodreds is saying. We're bringing back old Roman Empire culture back, elites making peasants fight for... I'm gonna participate myself, you idiot. What, you think I'm not gonna participate? Of course I am. No one would dare to defeat you? Oh, trust me. Trust me. That time is over. The time is over where everyone loves me. I spent most of my Wednesday and Thursday having to escape a bunch of stream snipers. Are you also reviewing RP builds on stream? Not particularly, but you know, sometimes we could go over it, but I don't want to make it too much of the content. Because it will be fun on the day of it itself, for that some people also... What do you call it? Like, yeah.
Bless my eyes, if it isn't the scourge of Blackheart.
But yeah, I'm not particularly planning on reviewing, but if you, whenever you have like your build ID, I'm definitely willing to take a look at it. So yeah, you can definitely go for like a very strong build, by the way, and I don't mind the best PvPers eventually winning. But the main goal is to create that environment where we have these fantasy characters fight each other. You know, it's everyone's dream as a child, right? To be like, who would win, Superman or Goku? And we're gonna provide a fun way of doing that in like the world of ESO. Superman, obviously. Nah. Easy W for Goku. As I don't play that add-on. Do you have CMX? And I'm not gonna lie, Grab, just get the add-on. Just get the add-on, it's super easy. Look at this. Superstar. Boom. It's literally install Superstar, and all you have to do is type in /Superstar. And then you have to build, and you send a screenshot. And if you have CMX, you can also look at it somewhere. I forgot where. Come on, Sydney Sweeney, Mythical Beauty. It says info. See. Yeah. So if you have CMX, it's here. So we can see all your skills. You can see all your skills. By the way, I'm 99.9% certain we're gonna turn off CPs. I think that will be more fun. Because I assume we're also gonna have some people from NA over, which will have lower CPs, or not even CPs. And I wanna like bring the power a little bit closer to each other. So I think no CP is the way. And it shouldn't be a problem for most of us. Because I think most of us make builds that are BG friendly as well. Yeah. Just quickly turn them off. Shouldn't be that a big issue. Only remember Odin saying whoever was working can build through summer. It's his power as well. Yeah. By the way, did you guys see that? My thingy lagged again. That was really annoying. Only 2 hours because my PC crashed. And I'm still having issues with my everything. So I'm actually a bit in a meh mood. Which you probably already noticed a bit. If someone is a high elf? Yes.
I need healing. Save me.
So not RP friendly? Dude. Yes, because there is an Istari race in this game. Come on. Don't even try to do that. Wanna know the main reason why he's a high elf? Because of his tallness and of the nose shape. What the fuck would Saruman be according to you then? A Breton? Are you kidding me? This is a half elf. What? Imperial? Are you kidding me? That's a fucking human. No. Absolutely not. That's... I'm sorry, different. That's kinda silly to say. That's absolutely silly to say. You know Saruman is not a human, right? He is literally an angel. He's literally an angel sent to Earth to guide the men and elves. No, of course he's not a human. What the hell? Oh no. Saruman is literally, if you want to translate it to planet Earthly terms, Saruman is an angel sent by the gods to guide the humans against evil. And the Balrogs and stuff are like fallen angels. And because Saruman has turned evil as well, that's why I call him the Fallen Istari. So yeah, let's not... And even if you want to be super realistic and you want to say RP friendly, then none of the men races in Elder Scrolls would make sense for any man in Middle Earth. The only maybe Bretons for the eligible half-elfen, like for example Elrond. What the hell? If you look at the OG Elrond, then he chose to be a full elf. Meridia. Yeah, that kind of actually makes a bit of sense, yeah. Find the right race for wood elves. Wood elves, the smallest wood elves. You can easily make hobbits out of them. The Bosmer. Yeah, definitely wood elf. Because tiny wood elves are actually tiny. Tiny Bretons are not that tiny though. And the class? Well, that depends on which hobbit and what you want to do. If you want to be a truly lore accurate hobbit, and it's not Frodo or Bilbo, you probably have to go for maybe still Nightblade, because Nightblade has like skills like concealed weapon and killer's blade and that kind of stuff, and then just combine it with like dual wield skill lines or two-handed skill lines and just make it a pure weapon based thingy, because they don't possess any like powers. If you want to go for like Bilbo or Frodo, you can add Shadow from Nightblade and you can RP that you wear the ring and you go into cloak. That would be like a truly phenomenal, truly lore accurate hobbit, and that's exactly the reason why I don't play a hobbit, because it's not really a lot of fun. For gardening. Loves gardening. Yeah. Yeah, you could, yeah, you can definitely, you should go for Warden and then only use the flower AoE heal skill. You maybe can add the mushrooms heal skill as well. You can definitely do that. And then that's it. Maybe you can Lotus Flower as well. You could do that. And then other than that you have to go like dual wield. Because hobbits are pacifists? Not at all. Not particularly. The hobbits have been known to fight in pretty much every war that went on. The hobbits helped out the men. The hobbits helped out in the early wars of Arnor. And the hobbits actually had to defend against Saruman, which is not in the movies, but Saruman actually attacked the Shire, disguised as someone else. And then The hobbits had to send up their army to fight the orcs. They do prefer peace though, for sure. For sure. By the way, I don't know where I'm running. Not myself today. How's the population looking? Damn, it's already declining. Let's do 1 BG and get back. That's why Warden? Wardens aren't pacifist. Isn't there the gourmand that generates a sweet roll or something? Yes. Yes, or the Mad God mythic where you can make a cheese roll. That could work. For bow skills, which is the bass class. I would say the best bow build is probably either Nightblade or Sork, but you can make everything work. But if you want nature stuff, then yeah, you have to go for Warden, for sure. Assassination, Shadow and Green Balance sounds funny. Yeah, could actually work. Could actually work, yeah. Yeah. Gain 3 stacks, you create a street roll. What a weird fucking set. Yo, Skoon! Hello. Bit frustrated after some BG. Everyone is stormcalling assassination. Yeah, I'm with you. I actually had some major other issues today. My PC's been acting up. I crashed my PC and the mic is still kind of bugging when I'm teleporting to places in the loading screens. Let's see how it goes now. Hopefully the game doesn't explode. So yeah, that's kind of... yeah. Do you guys hear that? You guys heard that. There was like a weird lag in my voice. I'd played this bow energy. Yeah. Only BG mode or something? I just hope they're gonna buff pure classing. I don't want them to nerf subclassing. As weird as that sounds, I don't want them to. Because if they're gonna nerf subclassing, it's gonna mean they're gonna nerf pure classing even harder. That's the only set effect of it. So the only fix right now would be to buff pure classes. I think that would be the only fix. Wave and watch. Yeah. You know what's funny? I don't know, is Desi still here? I was thinking about this the other day. If you look at pure classes right now, I might actually think if everyone would play pure classes, it would actually be one of the most balanced patches we had. Ironically. But it is just a feeling that I'm obviously not entirely sure. Yeah, this one. This one could also work for Samwise RP. A cheese wheel. Yo, DJ! The Daedric War celebration event returns to Tamriel. Enjoy double drops from world bosses, stealth, dungeon, and trial bosses, daily reward boxes, and event tickets in Florida, Fellow Clockwork City, Somerset, and Artaeum. And the double gathering yield from nodes starts in 10 days, 70. Ooh. Does that mean we're gonna have another drop campaign on Twitch? Ooh. Nothing for PvP? No, of course not. I mean, that makes sense. It would be weird if they would do a lot of PvP events, in all honesty. Because they wasted their event slots for PvP on Battleground weekends. I think they just throw the Battleground weekends away and then do more fun stuff. PvP, we do have 2 mid-tiers. Is there a PvP in Elder Scrolls Maintenance? What you mean? Captured already? Yeah, like the BG weekends are extremely boring. But in honesty, I'm gonna make so much enemies today. But yeah, I think most of the other events are boring as fuck as well, so in that regard, it's equal. Yeah, there used to be IC events. They were phenomenal. They were chef's kiss. I wish they did tinier. For me personally, I think like IC could be a every couple months returning weekend thing. That would be cool. Double Telfar, rotating unique skill styles, dropping in there. Just have an emphasis for people to go IC for the weekend and do that every couple of months. Yeah, it used to be like a separate IC event, separate from the mayhem. That's the last thing I want to do. I cannot duel you, my friends. I'm sorry. I have the most useless dueling build ever. Oh, this split second, so boring. Come on. Stage. I think subclassing was necessary for things and healers. I don't agree. I actually don't agree. I actually don't agree at all. I think it's a lot more fun to have class-related heals. I think the same principle goes for any spec. It's way more fun to make it work within your class than to make it work with all the options out there. It's finally actually good. Yeah, but that's not making it fun, rats. Come on. I'm sorry, but no. That's not the definition of fun. Play as you want? Yeah. After giving us 10 years of class identity. Any build, any class, any race. They should have done that in fucking year 1 if they wanted to do that. They should have removed all the classes and just should have made you a character and then you can pick from all the skill lines. So make a bunch of skill lines and have you pick from them and then go on your journey. That's play however you want, not this bullshit system. Absolutely ridiculous. Template think you don't really use Dawn's Red much anyway. Doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't really matter. There are plenty builds where you don't use the third skill line. Almost. That's part of it. Why would you have to optimize by using 3 skill lines? No one even talked about that stuff. That's the new way of thinking, that all 3 skill lines should give you a fuck ton. Because invited to veteran trials, so what? So what? You picked the wrong class. You picked the wrong class and the wrong spec for that one particular niche of the game. Welcome to MMORPGs. Go ask the amount of retribution paladins asked in Vanilla WoW. Go ask about how many rogues were invited in Sumwell in TBC. And that's stupid. Paladins is a tank trope. Well, Templar's not a paladin. And Retribution Paladin was the offensive one, the way when you would swing your two-hander and kill people. They were pretty much never invited, and if they were invited, they were just a buff bot. Weren't taking serious. It's part of the fantasy trope. If you want to debate that Templar should have been a better tank, then yeah, sure, I'm willing to take that. But if you're saying that that your class decision not being able to be part of certain should be that, then this is a fix, then no, I hard disagree. Templar encompasses the Paladin archetype. You know exactly what I mean. Don't be disingenuous now. I'm not being disingenuous. Like their template design, I think they purposely not made it a Templar copy pasta, because that's what they also did to Sorcerer. Sorcerer is not your typical mage. I think that's what they did to all these classes, that they're not the typical what you expect from a MMORPG. I don't say that I agree. I don't say that I think it's fun particularly, but that's clearly what they did. That's not me being disingenuous. But to me it's disingenuous to saying like something is fun because previously we're not uninvited for something and now you are. I think that's a bit silly to me. But we can disagree on that. I'm not being disingenuous. I'm being actually quite genuine. There's a holy warrior. Why should a holy warrior tank then? I don't know. If anything, the argument is there that there shouldn't be healers. And what if that would have been the case? Then people would say the Templars should have been healers. This is exactly what I've been talking about all along. Why should every class be good at everything? No one is complaining about a DK healer. I don't think a DK healer was ever invited to hard mode trials, were they? Yes, everybody is? Yeah, that's exactly the fucking issue. Why does everyone want everything? That's literally what's ruining all these games. Fucking homogenizing everything, and then we cry afterwards that the game is boring and homogenized. It should have a clear distinction. Certain classes should be absolutely dog shit at shit. And should be absolutely good at certain shit. That's exactly what the game should be. In my opinion. If you disagree, that's fine, but it's just my opinion. You think it too? Oh yeah, I'm thinking too small. Right. I'm thinking too small. That's why ESO was 100 times better when the game wasn't homogenized. It was played more often as well. It had more new players coming into the game as well. That's because I think too small. Scribing killed the fun for half the people. I think scribing was quite a fun system. But again, a system that doesn't feel completed at all. I think, again, with scribing... I think scribing would have been a lot better if they didn't go for hybridization first. Every class should be able to perform every role, disagree. Every class should be able to invite it to trials, disagree. That's what makes ESO better than other MMOs. No. The issue that Sisha took the dumbest path possible every time. I don't even agree to that. Why? Why should every class be every role? They can, but why should they? You can be a DK healer, and you can be a Templar tank. You're just less powerful. So unless you want to min-max, that's totally fine to me. Like what if every class is gonna be good at everything, then why the fuck does your class decision matter? Where is your hero moment then? Unless you disagree with having hero moments, which I think has always been at core at the best MMOs we've ever seen. I think that was at the core at what made ESO great as well. Giving certain classes the single target damage, giving certain classes the AoE damage, giving certain classes the burst, the dots, the debuffs, the heals. We've had that argument plenty of times. You won't convince. I'm not here to convince you, rats. But you're calling me disingenuous and you're calling me out for thinking too small. What does that have to do with convincing you? It's about smart design. So you're implying that my suggestions are not smart? If the problem with Templars was that big, right? And with DKs not being able to heal and Nightblades not being able to AoE as much, then why were still more people playing the game back then and more people were enjoying high level, high end PvE content? Wouldn't it also be a reason to try those other classes and play the game even more? Or if you're just gonna give everyone everything to everyone, that whole playing something different falls flat. If you can only think of one way to make a healer class, yes. If you can only think of one way to make a healer class, yes. What you mean? I'm not sure what you mean there. No, I'm gonna die here. You're thinking too small if you could think of one single way to make a healer class performance roll. Yes, you're thinking too small. What? When have I said that? When have I said that? When have I said one just now? No, I said certain classes should shine in that. That doesn't mean the other class shouldn't be able to. Like a warden should be a phenomenal healer because of its ground AoE heals. A Templar should be a great healer for like single target heal and purging. And then a Necromancer should be a good healer because of the buffs and debuffs. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Sure, implication by the use of positive. Rats, you're turning into a debate, Lord. Come on, dude. Come on. I'm sorry if I offended you, your idea, but I just hard disagree. But now you're starting to talk out of your ass. How can you say I'm thinking too small? That's ridiculous. If the other classes shouldn't be able to, you're arguing the Templars should know their fucking place and never tank hard. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said, exactly. So, you know the issue here is, Rats, is not me using words, is you having a lack of deeper understanding of a word and only implementing it in one-dimensional way. So now you're thinking too small. And obviously I'm joking, but come on, dude. What is this way of communicating? It's ridiculous. What is this fascination with every this is I don't if you're not agreeing that homogenization is bad and what you're describing is the earliest step towards homogenization, because that is exactly what happened to World of Warcraft and is exactly why so many less people are playing and enjoying it right now, and why so many people prefer the classic, because in the classic it still exists. You can say that, but that's not true. It's not necessary for that. It is exactly. You literally say that every class should be able to tank, should be able to heal, should be able to DPS in the hardest content in the game. That is literally homogenization. Because what the fuck is the difference then? The way that you look. That's why I'm saying you're thinking too small. No, you're thinking too small. If you can't see that, then you're thinking too small. Because the devs wanted it this way, but when didn't they do that in year one? Of class specific groove boss? Mm-hmm. That should have been expanded upon. So you're saying, for the sake of argument, that the difference between classes should be that they would be able to do everything, but they're different. What the fuck is this? But in order to be different from each other, the difference will be class specific buffs. Yeah, but you can still and always have been able to do that, Balorda.
Useful and come help me.
How are you realistically going to balance something like that without homogenization? That's my question. How are you gonna do every class, do every role at the same level for the hardest content in the game without homogenization? If you can explain me that. Should be optimal together and comparable to a DK thing at DK here and together in a group should not be optimal together. Simple named buffs. Creative use of mutually exclusive buff. So it's only buffs. Okay. Well, if that's your definition of not homogenization, then maybe, yeah, but I would still say it's an homogenized game at that point. You're pretty much naming something different, and then the use of the classes are still the same, and then you just come up with buffs in names and affects what they do, that certain things don't work together as much, and then you wanna higher diversity between different classes. Yeah, that would on paper maybe make it less homogenized, but in reality it doesn't. It would make the game much more still than when you don't have that. I never said it was easy. It's impossible. It's impossible, because what you're describing is not removing the homogenization.
Are those creatures new?
It is, because not there. Name a game that does it. Name a game. Name a system that is proven to be working like that. It's always been part of the power fantasy where certain classes can specifically not do something. And that's why you have the balance between them where they need each other, because they all have strengths and weaknesses that together can complement each other and achieve something. And then certain specs and certain decisions will be left out of the decision, and that is sad, but that is the natural side effect. If that's not thinking too small, then I don't know what it is. Again, I don't know what to say, Rats. I really don't know what to say. I think you have... I really don't know what to say there. How can you listen to me and say that? I genuinely feel insulted. I genuinely feel insulted, Rats. I don't know another way to put it. I genuinely feel insulted. If this is your outcome after all that I've said, that's fucking ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie. It's like you've never listened to me. It's like we've never had conversations. It's crazy. Actually crazy. You're sounding ridiculous to me whenever you say stuff like that. Yeah, but everything you say is not disproving my point. You still haven't explained how to remove homogenization. Because your solution isn't. It literally isn't removing homogenization. That's why the whole meme of me disagreeing with exists. Yeah, but I'm fine to disagree with you. I'm fine to disagree with you. And I'm fine that you disagree with me. But how can you in this context say that I'm thinking too small? When you're literally not giving the answer to my question. Do you want me to brainstorm a new class concept now on the spot to argue the point with you? The fact that we have to do that in order to fix it, well, we don't even have to fix it. Because what is the reason? What is the reason behind it? Is the simple reason play however you want? Is that it? Because the play however you want is never a viable. That's a fucking dream. That's never like. No one can prove to me that that's a actual viable idea. That's a dream worth striving for? Yeah, and I think they did a way better job when they gave less homogenization to the classes and when they gave much more clearer weaknesses and strengths to classes. Because they have tried to give Templar a lot of bonuses for tanking, and that changed other aspects of the game regarding the Templar. But like I don't see what makes it more fun in that regard in any way possible, because you're gonna end up with homogenization. And if you're not dreaming, then you're thinking too small. No offense, Soda. Oh yeah, you dude, again, what is this thinking too small? Why do you keep saying this? Why do you keep saying this? Like I literally made this whole Twitch out of a delusional idea. Like, you think I'm not a dreamer? Come on, man. That's fucking ridiculous. Again, not necessarily. Yes. Because every explanation you've given me is not a medicine towards homogenization. And homogenization is what ruined a lot of MMORPGs with that same instinct of fixing imbalance between the classes. That's why I'll always keep saying that that balance is a fucking hoax. The game shouldn't even be balanced. That shouldn't even be the main goal. Of course, yeah, that's true, Alien. That's true, but that doesn't take away. That doesn't take away the main idea here, because you're saying I think too small, but I actually think way bigger than you in this aspect, because I actually don't even dream of a world where all these things matters. Because these things mattering is exactly what always ruins the games. That has been historically proven over and over and over again, and it's happening now right in front of our eyes as well. Yeah, but that will create a less reason to pick another class. Then you're just gonna pick a class based on what, really? Especially if you're gonna do for every class. Because you already had a bunch of classes. You could already do it with a bunch of classes. You could already do healing with a bunch of classes. You could do DD with a bunch of classes. You could do tanking with a bunch of classes. But once you're giving everything to everyone, you get with the problems that I earlier described. How is that bad? Yeah, you're not listening. Because it's an homogenized game. Nobody said give everything to everyone. Then how are you gonna do it? Like I explained. You didn't, because what you explained is homogenization still. You're just gonna name it differently. And make an artificial thing that... Yeah, I don't know. That's like putting a mask on something. It's not an actual gameplay change. A different boss, but who did what does that matter? You give a buff and then yeah, and then you have a different buff. Wow. Yo, I'm in the team because I give this buff. That's thinking small. That's not a fucking hero moment at all.
I'm tired of players complaining of Arcanists on forums. I'm calling the balance team. Do something to balance the meter now. Everyone is beaming only.
Fuck it. Give everyone beam so it's balanced.
Lol. For example, Templar tank plus every damage instance by for the amount, which makes okay. Meanwhile, DK gives crit damage. Okay, so both have different use cases, different optimal group. Both are useful, but you still wouldn't run it and a DK together because you only need one. And what about a Sork tank? And what about a Necro tank? And what about the Arcanist tank? And a Warden tank? Same logic applies, you just need to be creative. Oh yeah, that's, I obviously like that. And what does it end to? What does that end to in your idea? Can't come up with a solution, then I say you think too small. Reds, I'm asking you kindly, stop saying that, because you're inaccurately putting that onto me. Maybe it's your lack of a vocabulary in this regard. I don't know, but it's ridiculous. Because if you're gonna do that, are there gonna be instances where like how are you gonna make that for all classes work and not gonna come up with an imbalance still that certain classes are gonna get picked over others? Well, what are you gonna do then? You're gonna do hard mode trials, and then for Lucent Citadel we need a DK tank, but we're never gonna need that one. or if Arcanist DPS is on top and Arcanist needs a specific buff from that other thing, then we're never you're always gonna create people being left out, and that's exactly the point I'm making. And if you're trying to fix it by homogenization, that's stupid. It's okay to be left out. It's okay to be left out. Maybe you need to think bigger, and you need to think that certain things it's okay to be left out. That's fine. Then you can play another class. You can play another content. But that's acceptable. Meta will keep shifting, but that's a massive improvement over the current situation here. Over the situation before. I don't know. I don't know, because what is a Templar tank right now? What is a Templar tank? No, he's not thinking too small. He isn't. What does a Templar tank do now, which makes them being able to tank? I joined too late to participate. TLDR. Subclassing made tanking and healing fun. I disagreed. For the same reasons it didn't make DD more fun, because it just homogenizes the game. Rats argued that every class should be able to do everything at the hardest content. I disagree. I'm perfectly fine in a world where DKs are not the greatest healers, so they won't be picked for the hardest content, and Templar tanks are not the greatest, so they won't be picked. I'm totally fine with that. Rats is not. Rats' solution is if you give unique buffs to them, that would make people have like being able to make decisions between the tanks and make like more options being viable. I said, yeah, but that starts homogenization already. That isn't homogenizing, because I just inherently don't agree that every class should be able to do everything at the highest level. I think every class should shine in certain things. Every class should have their hero moments. So certain classes should absolutely be stronger at tanking than others, and some should be stronger at healing, and some should be stronger at AoE damage, and some should be better at like AoE tanking, maybe single target tanking. You can make like all kinds of distinctions, which makes like a certain diversity necessary. But certain classes will just be inherently worse than others, and I'm fine with that. Rats isn't, kinda. I hope I explained that well, Rats. I'm sorry if I misrepresented you there. No, play another class, I think, is the issue. You say class choice should matter, I agree. So I pick a template to dedicate myself for being the best template tank. The same effort as a DK, then I should be allowed to succeed. No, because that was your decision, right? Like, that's... I don't know. I disagree. I'm fine with that too. That could be adjusted with balance patches from patch to patch. It was already a good compromise when we had account-wide achievements. Yeah. Like, to me, where is the class fantasy? Where is the class fantasy if I can do the same on every class? And then they should have done it in... If you know when I would have agreed, Rats? You know when I would have agreed to everything you say? If they did this in year one. If they did this in year one, in year 1 they would make you like a blank avatar and pick you whatever the fuck you want to pick. That's fine. They did start this? I'm fairly certain that not every class could tank at the best level, not every class could DD at the best level, not every class could heal at the best level. There were clearly differences in that. Trying to make Templar things better since year 1 and the cafe. Okay, but like if that is the if your argument is Templar, just purely Templar should be a better tank, I probably no, not probably. I would agree with you, because I think it really fits the class team. But for example, a sword tank, yeah, I couldn't care less if no one could ever play a sword tank. That's what I've been saying this entire time. Then why aren't you saying when I talk about giving all you literally state oh my god, I'm not sure if I can scroll up that far. You literally say that every class should be able to do all these 3 things. I still disagree to that. But if you're talking about the Templar individually, thematically, then sure. But that has not really anything to do with your arguments, because you're making arguments that all 3 playstyles should be viable on all classes. There you go, some with AoE, some with single target. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see the issue. Yeah, okay, so that's not what you've been saying this entire time. Temporary heals, DK tanks, and now you have everyone doing everything, no class breaks. I'm a little bit confused because many groups pick sword tank pre-subclassing like Chrysanity's Edge. Wasn't it because of the... I'm actually not sure, but what was that sword healers? Wasn't something made extremely viable by the hardened war change? I'm not sure anymore. I don't think subclassing made playing support more fun for me personally. It is very boring and unchallenging. I compared how we used to tinker with trifectas in dungeons to have the buff and change classes to have execute on some dungeons to cheese it. I think it was more interesting before. For an example, a Warden was a strong support. When there was Necro Jail, I think when Arcanist joined, there were a lot of them. It could have been nerfed so that the other classes would come back. They picked Sword Tank because of Streak and... Ah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Because I do remember Sword Tanks and Healers were really happy with the Hardened War change. I think it were healers then mostly, yeah. Again, I'm not really expertise on that, but I am, and I hope you guys don't mistake me for a tourist and just me blabbing out of my mind because I don't know the inner mathematical things, because I don't genuinely really care about that stuff. That's why I keep saying I don't actually really care about balancing as a whole. I care about the power fantasy in general. because a meta is inevitable. The margin in which the meta operate should be the main concern for the game, and the meta should shift every now and then. And I think they kinda did that for most of the existence of ESO pretty well. I think it got really bad in the last couple of years, where certain metas kept on going on too long. And they were not even adjusted. So I think a meta could also... And that's also... But I think most of us will agree, right? But maybe not. But I think smaller incremental changes more often instead of big changes is a lot nicer for all of us. The issue with template tanks was always the template healers did everything in optimized groups the template tanks could. That way it was the only thing holding template tanks back, so in a way, let's say that decay healers is yeah. Yeah. No, I get that, but I don't necessarily see it. That's I think is where our biggest difference is. I don't particularly see the big difference in that. And if your main argument is play whatever you like, then I just agree to that if they would have done that in year one. But they clearly said play whatever you want, but there was always a clear... There were always clear class choices that made you have hero moments based on your class. And then the solution that they come up with, which I also think you agree with, is a horrible solution, the subclassing system. That's like, I think, arguably the most lazy and horrible solution to all of that. And now you are living in my most horrible nightmare, and that is a game without any hero moments. The only hero moment left is your class script. That's arguably your biggest hero moment you can have right now based on your class decision. And that is my worst nightmare. And that's why if people say like, yeah, well, healing got more fun now or tanking got more fun now, I'm just gonna say, yeah, full stop, disagree, I don't give a fuck. Yo, what up, Kieran? Any class can successfully heal, but not all classes set up can provide all the necessary utility need to push damage. Yeah, and that's also something you can consider, especially later on in the game already, when the power creep was already there. You could argue that pre-subclassing, you could already be a lot freer with your trial setup to clear places and to even do trifectas and hard modes because of the power creep. Because people were able to do it with less power before, right? So in that regard, for example, like from what I'm understanding is that Petrified's guild do quite significant content in the game, and they are super into like RP-PvE builds. So it's definitely like possible, I would say. But yeah, maybe not the hardest, because then people are gonna nitpick the min-maxing, and again, that's always been a part of MMOs, and it seems a bit toxic, but in the end of the day, it's their group, right? That's why if you want to accomplish these things, you need to use the power of communication and community and friendship, I believe. I think it's not even that fun outside of learning fights to me anymore, because it's just how many major minor buffs I can slap on my build to give my group fierce cussing and scribing. Just feels like a buff slop. Yeah. Yeah, again, I do not know enough, but yeah, that is what it kind of feels like. Yeah, they are kind of like buff bots. I had another idea for how Knock-Curtain could work if 3% major vulnerability was a class-specific buff. The duration module skill on block mitigation. So the optimized group chooses whether to run multiple Necro DDs or a single Necro tank. There's currently no DD setup in PvE that doesn't include the Arcanist skill line. Healers and tank have some more variety at least, but even then there's plenty of underperforming skill lines. Yeah. And again, I'm gonna say something that's probably gonna make a lot of people disagree with me again. I don't want them to make these skill lines be in line with each other. Because if they're gonna do that, if they're gonna do that, then the only people that are gonna suffer are the pure classes. They're gonna suffer more than anything else. Because the people who subclass will just pick the next best thing in line, right? So if, for example, they're gonna nerf the fuck out of the animal companion crit bonus because the stacking of it, guess what? They're gonna pick something else to amplify something else, and they're always gonna live within that meta idea. And guess who's suffering then? The person that still wants to play a pure warden, because their pure warden had like something cool offensively going on, and that got ripped away from them. So that's why they have to be really fucking careful by trying to fix subclassing. And I know a lot of people are screaming for nerf this, nerf that, make these lines more in balance with each other. I rather have them really think about pure class buffing. Inevitably, that would be a better solution, I think. Because if you're gonna tweak too much about the skill lines, you're gonna have maybe a more variety and diversity in choices, which is kind of good, I guess. But the pure classes will suffer more from that. That's why I love dungeons, especially pugs. Everywhere I find at least one wild group and bam, this is my circus. Yes! Yes, that is true. I can live with one specific setup being better than another, and all of them clear the group optimized and the skill to go into this design smartly as well. Then you would have a scenario where one trial prefers decay, not a necro tank, etc. Is that true though? Is that true? Because what are you gonna do then with... What are you gonna do with a necro tank main? Then they only are allowed in certain things? I mean, I wouldn't be... No, I mean like... Yeah. I mean, like, would that be a good thing? Maybe. But all of them are welcome and able to clear the difference between the classes being smaller than human error. Day 49 is probably going to tell us a lot about their philosophy going forward. The pure class is okay. Yeah. Yeah, it is... I hate to be that guy. I hate to be that guy, Karen, with a passion. So please forgive me for saying this. But update 49... That's it. That's it. That's it. They have to do something. They have to. People say a lot of patches, but I think most of us can agree the game has not been in as bad of a state as it is right now. Do or die. Yeah. And the thing is, I might still be playing even if it is bad, because for the lack of for the lack of other MMOs that do the same combat system. I think they will try to sell the buff pure class next update. Yeah. Because they're not gonna revert it. Absolutely no hope. Is it worth starting ESO then? And I can decide. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, Aelith. I think whatever I think should not impact your decision. Because my opinion is one of many. And as you can hear, we have feisty disagreements within our own communities here. Like, everyone thinks differently, so in my opinion, you should check it out for yourself and make up your own opinion. I can give you the pros and cons if you want. Maybe there are more people listening that are like new to ESO or thinking about ESO, and I can explain you what I think are the pros and cons of ESO. Maybe that's something fun to talk about. I think the biggest pros of the Elder Scrolls Online are its combat system. Though it may be a combat system you absolutely despises, it's like a hate it or love it combat. I absolutely love it. I think it's by far the best combat system in the MMO landscape. Secondly, the game allows you to have your build customization, where you have a super high creativity fantasy level of making your character into something that you would want to play, be it with or without class identity. Like, let's not make it too complicated. So let's take away class identity or no class identity. You can come up with like a super creative build that has a lot of fun for you. I think those two factors are my main reason I play this game over and over and over and over again. Thirdly, I think the art style. I dare to say this with chest. I think the art team of ESO is one of the best art teams on the market. They have phenomenal design for their zones, characters, dungeons, trials. They look... I mean, I've been in dungeons in a lot of games, right? And in a lot of games, a dungeon kind of feels like a random cave with a random bunch of mobs in some random rooms. And it always feels like an instance. Most games, when you go into a dungeon, it feels like an instance where you go into like a different little world. I think what ESO does really great, that their dungeons really, truly feel like they're part of the world. It's truly like it's part of the world, whether you be in a cave, or in a city, or at a shore, or at a doesn't matter what location. It truly feels like it's part of the world. I think that is phenomenal design. I'm always amazed. I'm not a big PvE fan myself, but whenever I enter a dungeon and I look around, the way, you know, even when you're in a cave, it doesn't feel like a generic cave. It truly feels like you're somewhere in the world in that cave, if that makes sense. So all those things I think are absolutely pros. Then arguably the biggest pro, and this is like universally accepted, so this is not even like a niche anymore. Universally accepted, the stories and lore and questing in this game, from a story and lore perspective, is either the best or it's up there. I think that is like no denial in that regard. You could not even be like maybe you're not even a fan of the Elder Scrolls world, and these quests and stories will still really captivate you. Of course there will be mag quests. Are you kidding me? It's an MMORPG. It's not like A to C single player game. So obviously some quests are gonna be like a bit simpler, but for an MMO, it's crazy. It's crazy how well in depth everything, voice acted, super well written quests and whatnot. You could argue that the quality sometimes goes up and down, whatever, but in general, like name another MMORPG that does it on the same level, and I think it's always up for a debate. It's never like, oh yeah, that game is clearly better than ESO. That I would argue are the biggest pros about ESO. The biggest cons about ESO is probably the performance in highly intense gaming situations. For example, open world PvP, when a lot of people are clustered together, or sometimes even in trials when a lot of stuff is happening at the same time. Because of the fast-paced combat system, you will notice desync and all these things to feel quite annoying at times. Sometimes, dare I say it, unplayable. This usually happens around prime time, peak time. It's not all the time. It also... Sometimes you have to be lucky, sometimes unlucky, sometimes it's RNG, sometimes the reasons are explainable, sometimes unexplainable. That is one big pro, big con. Another con about the game is, I would say, it does feel like the developers are either willingly or just incapable of listening to quite important feedback from the community. So it sometimes feels like they're really out of touch with the player base. Sometimes you could argue maybe they are in touch with the player base, but maybe that is the subgroup of the player base you should not have to pay that much attention to, and you could pay a little bit more attention to another subgroup of the player base. And the big con, I would say now, is that it's a bit unsure what the future is gonna hold for us. The future is looking a bit like scary, because no one knows what they're gonna do. They implemented a couple of new systems in the game, and a lot of people are not really happy with the implementations of the system. So now the ball is in their court, for them being able to change it. Hopefully they do accordingly, or at least make big steps towards doing it accordingly. If not, I fear, and again, I don't think the game is gonna die anytime soon, even if they massively fuck up the next update. Because of the previous mentioned pros, I think that will always drive people towards this game. The number one factor, it being an Elder Scrolls game, that is like their biggest... That is like their biggest maintainer of like a healthy player base, is so many people love that Elder Scrolls universe. And I get it. If you're an Elder Scrolls fan, look at this. You can visit all these beautiful, beautiful places of Tamriel. Some places if you've played Skyrim, you're gonna go to places you've only read about in certain lore books. And maybe you could technically say that in the very old games you could visit them in like Daggerfall and arenas. But let's be real, that's not the same as visiting in like this beautiful 3D graphical world it is right now. So yes, that I don't think anyone has to particularly fear for ESO dying anytime soon. But yeah, maybe certain parts of the game will be only fun for a couple hours a day, because the rest of the day there won't be enough people participating in that aspect of the game anymore. Let me scroll up a little bit, because I went on a bit of a rant. So that is for every new player, every new person that want my 2 cents on the game. They already said it's gonna be their big subclass balance pass, how poor this year of content has been. That update plus next year's content review are insanely important. Yes, cannot come out with their usual lukewarm play and same mentality. No. I also hope they're this is gonna sound super silly, Kieran, but I hope they upgrade the quality of their live stream. I've looked at their last couple of live streams where they reveal stuff, and it just feels like they don't even want to do it anymore. They're all sitting behind their own PC with a webcam, simply talking a little bit about what's gonna happen. Come together, set up a room, set up a decor, set up some props in the background, some cool editing, some cool trailers. Like, come on, like be the multi-million-dollar company that you are. You know? Show it. I know maybe some people are gonna think like, yeah, well, I don't fucking care as long as the message is good. Trust me, it goes a long way. It goes a long way. Looking professional, being enthusiastic, showcasing something that is there, being knowledgeable about what you're presenting, not being yeah, I read a question from chat. Yeah, I'm not so sure. Wait, does that include in this content pack? Wait, how was it again? If you get the premium pack? Wait, that's not how you present the fucking product. You should know everything. You should present everything with chest. And I hope we're gonna see something of that, but I doubt it. I mean, tell you if it's worth for you. What do you expect? Yeah, what do you see in like an MMO? That's kind of an important question. ESO's worth checking out. The base game is rather cheap and there's plenty of free. Yes, 100%. Like if you only buy the base game, you've hundreds of hours of fun time ahead of you. Ironically, it's the Arcanist that is the most class identity because of all the skills like synergize with Crux. Yeah. That's actually a good point. I think the Arcanist is a very well designed class. It's a very well designed class. You can go into the mathematics of it. I think certain things are too overtuned, and maybe certain things are a bit like but in general as a whole class, I think the class design was really good. And that comes from I'm not particularly a fan of the aesthetics of an Arcanist. It's definitely not my favorite class or anything, but it is a very well designed class. I've been playing Guild Wars since I was a kid and I wanted to change things up. Yeah, I think a lot of things will be more fun than in Guild Wars, but Guild Wars does a lot of things. Does a lot of things well. Well, if you like build crafting, I'm not gonna lie, I think ESO has by far the best build crafting in any game. Obviously, there will be a meta. If you want to do like the hardest content in the game and be the most competitive in the game, you will end up in a sort of a meta. But if you don't care about it and you want to stay slightly below that, you can have an insane time theory crafting and being absolutely creative as you want. Yeah, if I see an MMO with an average of 50 kills, I'm uninstalling. Yeah. They'll remove the point system, that way we all have bots. Oh, there's 0 uniqueness. We'll start soloing. Oh my god. ESO is getting carried by the art and lore team. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, lately mostly our team. There are even rumors that even their art team is, you know, suffering and the use of AI or something, but I'm not sure. I haven't seen hard proof for it though. Well, then you have hundreds of hours of questing with all NPCs voiced. True, hundreds of sets with various effects. Yes. Though most are not meta. You will do the quest. I just play Overland. You're 100. Yes. Yes. Like I said, only if you do like the hardest content and super competitive PvP, then you gotta go close to that meta or play the meta. If that's not on your horizon, you can go, oh my god, you can go so insanely deep in your creativity. Oh yes, I should have said that amongst one of the biggest pros. I do think the ESO community is one of the most genuine and helpful communities to new players. 100%. Sometimes a bit too much. Sometimes we don't allow new players to discover their game, and we want to craft them a gear, and we want to help them power level and whatnot. I think we should do that a bit less. But in regards of helping, we're absolutely like super duper helpful. Another thing that stings for the game overall is the dev tech standpoint on consistent changes of the game, like this light heavy attack animation change, or to keep the game running on really old hardware, which is understandable. It's not everyone has the ability to get these newer consoles when they come out, and ultimately will hold the game. Yeah, that's gonna be like a major shift as well if they're ever gonna drop that low-end system support. That's gonna be interesting to see. The game will be around for at least 3 more years, no matter what, unless Microsoft pulls an Amazon and just suddenly they want to. Yeah. ESO's not going anywhere. Also, Microsoft has recently fired a bunch of SOS employees, so they're probably not going to do so again anytime soon. Yeah, I would suspect so, yeah. Good luck on the giveaway, LOTR. Realistically, true ESO enthusiasts never let updates changes affect them. Nerves, buzz, balance, glad. Nothing has ever put the majority to the point that made people quit. There always works around a bit. The theory crafters always find a way around there. The roleplay is still exactly how they want to play. The Lord, yeah. I mean, I think that's a bit too bright color. If you know what I mean. I think that is a bit too positive. But in a general line, you're not wrong, Furai. But I do think the changes to the game have significantly impacted the player base over the last couple of years. Like, it's undeniably true that the player base has suffered from those decisions. But yeah, at the core, the core, maybe that's what you mean more. Yeah, the true ESO enthusiast. I mean, I wouldn't say someone that quits ESO for the hybridization or for subclassing is not an ESO enthusiast anymore. Some of them are more ESO enthusiasts than I am, for example, and they just can't take it. They just quit. But yeah, in general, you're not wrong. I just wanted to give like a side note. Yeah, the old ones in offense with the decorated rooms were much better. That's just yeah. But that's the shit of result COVID, unfortunately. Yeah, but why do I see other MMOs and other games still do it? Well, Musa, if you don't know something, someone off screen should be there who does and can provide an answer in a timely manner. Yes. I find it extremely unprofessional to wait, Finn, what was that again? This is no disrespect for whoever is hosting in that moment, but it doesn't come across fluently. It doesn't come across like, yeah, you know what I mean, right? Yeah, and unless they drop the support for the old as hardware, ESO will make 15 years. Yeah. And then that's me stupid to not do that. Yeah, of course, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you are a multi-million-dollar company at a certain point. I mean, I know they have an office. If they're smart, they can just use one of the office rooms as a decor and do something fun. Like, just something simple. It doesn't have to be has to be something that looks a little bit more professional. Someone was trying to buy a Modasaurian Furnace Stephen Sunset earlier, ended up going through the whole entire zone, explaining everyone. Jobs to him, then I crafted him new level appropriate gear, gave him the Monda Stone. I stopped myself and recommended Bill. Yeah, I get you though. You mean well, you mean well. Are we still arguing homogeny? Not really. Yo, Ultra! Hello, hello, hello. You're still an angry potato, as some of the issues resolve themselves. I'm still an angry potato around that regard, yeah. I still think my PC has a little bit of troubles, but it seems a bit better than before the crash. So we'll see. To be fair, we don't know exactly what the work environment situation at Silsakura. People might be barely coping with it anymore. That is true, but in that case, it's even more important to come across professional. You crash, restart the stream, and climb back to the number one stream in the category. Hey, let's go! Thank you guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. Yeah, we were at almost 200 viewers. Then we crashed. We restarted the stream like 15 minutes later with like 40 people. And then we climbed back up. It's kind of frustrating to have these, but yeah, like let me show you guys what I mean by looking a bit more professional. And I know this is a much bigger MMO. Like just very simple. No, this is not it. Look how simple this is. And don't tell me this already looks a million times better. They're literally sitting on two chairs in front of a background. To me, this already looks 100 times better than them just sitting in their rooms. Know what I mean? It's very small, it's very subtle, but if I watch this, I feel like, oh fuck, I'm watching some professional thing. They have a microphone instead of these half-ass working headsets where the audio is always off cue. It's yeah. It maybe is a bit silly. It maybe a lot of people will think like, Camus, why the fuck are you worrying about this? I do think it shows something. It shows something. It shows like they're there. It shows like the game is there. It shows like they're in that world. You know what I mean? Like the last time, I think it was before the last raid train they started. The first thing they said, I'm sorry if I'm calling the person. I'm not gonna name the person who said it, but I think most of you will know who said it. The first thing they say on stream is, "Oh my god, I'm never gonna do a stream this early again." The fuck you mean? You're complaining? You're complaining on doing a huge stream in front of all your fans to kick off an amazing freaking event to money for charity and stuff? Like, what the fuck? Like, that shit can wind me up, you know? That shit can really wind me up, you know? It's like, are you disinterested in what you do? Shouldn't every single time that you are able to sit in front of thousands of people watching you live be a big honor? Shouldn't they still be absolutely thankful and honored that thousands of people tune into their streams. How many employees do you think Bethesda has versus Blizzard? What does it have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything, Nikta? I found that an excuse that doesn't make any sense. Did you see what I just showed? Did you see what I just showed? I showed two dudes sitting in front of a poster with a microphone.
I'm getting out of the island sprung a leak.
I'm not talking about some insane freaking live stream with like the craziest stuff ever. This is the same expense as them going live, minus or plus the cost of a microphone and the cost of a poster. All they have to do is travel.
Raj enjoys a good fight as much as the
All they have to do is come together.
These are horrible creatures. Five Claw, good to see you. Raz has a proposal if you have the time.
Let's see. That was a good talk, by the way. I appreciate you guys as always. Yeah, Grace kind of that. Let's do one BG and then maybe hop onto another character. Don't think I'm gonna make it this late today. I got kind of exhausted by the technical issues. Stressing me out. The worst thing that can happen on the show is giving the yeah, right? It's horrible. It's horrible. Yeah, there's a little bit of effort behind it. Like a little bit of like, hey, look guys, we care. 4 years of new world negativity, I come back to ESO, even more negativity. I hate to be seen as a spreader of negativity, because I'm genuinely not, but I'm also very realistic. Like, I don't know if you heard about my whole plead about why I love this game. Because I still think they have a absolutely special product at hand. I mean, look what we're gonna do, guys. Exclamation mark tournament. We're gonna do something so fucking cool. This is literally the only MMO where we can do this in. This is the only... From what you're saying, looks like a return to ESO and a beta. Then you have not been listening. You've not been listening. Yo, what up, Delta? That is not at all what I'm saying. I literally just said ESO is not going anywhere. But that doesn't mean that I individually are happy with everything. I know, let's stop dogging on the game. No, it's not dogging on the game. Come on. It's not dogging on the game. That's like let's not misconstrue my intentions here. I'm not dogging on this game. I'm streaming this game every single day. Lately. I literally make people excited to join our adventures. Yeah, but why are you saying it then? Yeah, and even though I hate subclassing and all these new things, I still love so much about this game. I don't still see any other MMO giving me the same fulfilling as this one. I need to eat. Oh no. We don't have pot food anymore. We're cooked. Okay, then we don't have stage 2 fam for this VG. It was bugged 7 times? Oh no, what's going on, Delta? Yeah, true, the streams were a little bit more professional before, but yeah. For the last couple of years, it has been... I don't know what they've been doing. I love your passion for the game, and it's interesting to hear different thoughts on areas and improvements. Good conversation. I appreciate that, because that's what I'm trying to do. Like, I'm never a prophet of negativity. I'm also not a prophet of positivity. I'm quite a realistic person. I do think I'm genuinely are an optimistic person in life. Like, I mean, I am very happy with pretty much everything that's going on in my life. I mean, look at what we're doing. We're leading the category, and barely anyone knew who I was 30 months ago. Not that I'm now some kind of top-notch celebrity, but it's crazy how far we've gone, and I've never changed. I've always been the same. And by not changing, I mean in the core of what I'm trying to do, because that's all I'm trying to do. All I'm trying to do is entertain you guys, have open-minded conversation. That's why I would... How many people of you were annoyed when me and Reds were going at each other? Be honest, how many of you were annoyed? I think a lot of you initially were like, oh my god guys, fucking leave it. You guys are talking in circles. I know for a fact a lot of you were thinking like that. And I'm the opposite. I'm like, let's go at it. Because your viewpoint is frustrating? Well, then you haven't been listening. +1 to annoyed. Exactly. Everyone was. But look where we are now. We're still having the conversation. We're still grown up. I'm still willing to listen to him. And he's still willing to listen to me. Really different philosophy when it comes to MMOs. Yeah, the right one. And you obviously have the wrong one. How can you be frustrated with that?
They dropped the ball. We must get the ball back. Malakat's brass. We dropped the ball.
What are they talking about? Because there's so many groups who don't care what you bring to the trial. Dedication. Exactly my... That's exactly what I've always been saying. But then we make problem about that couple percentage that doesn't. And this is what's happening in every MMO. And then you create a more homogenized version of the game. That's kind of the essence. And then the details, like, yeah, I don't think anyone knows the perfect game. Because to me, like, if that was such a problem, it would have shown in more people not liking the game or quitting the game. And they clearly didn't. And the other changes to the game did. So, me to be brutally fair, you're probably in the right when looking at it from a historical MMO perspective. I know exactly why other MMOs haven't interested me, why I didn't like my time playing WoW, and why I like ESO. So I know what I want. That is fair. And you knew what you want. It just so happens that we don't see the same thing as us can to see a strike balance between two viewpoints. Yeah, that is extremely fair, and that's why my statement Rats earlier is like, I would have totally been fair with all of that if they did that from the beginning. They haven't done that. They haven't done that from the beginning. They went for let's be a WoW copy approach in a lot of aspects. They even wanted to pretty much come up with a tap target combat system, and last second they changed to more action combat because of the success of Skyrim. So all of these things are incidental changes which all conflict with their initial ideas of what, because if they did this in a very early stage of the game where they would make everything a lot more viable in all aspects, then I would have agreed, because then you had something and they took it away. But right now we had something and they're taking that away, because they're not giving, at least I don't think they're giving anything. Was our age emo? Yeah, I think so as well. That's kind of similar to what Ashes is going to do as well, right? Where you combine classes and you become kind of like a new thing. Not in year 1, but in year 2 they stated the intention clearly. They then spent 10 years failing at every turn. But it's not even failing, it's literally it's doing the opposite. So, yeah, I don't know what to say there. I have a lot of fun trying off-meta things with the Dracula build. I'm currently cooking skill lines. I think skill points make me see the game overland a lot more than I usually do. Yeah, I'm sad that I can't make new characters anymore. I wish I could make more characters. I wonder if there's ever gonna be more character slots. I doubt it. I doubt it. Maybe I should just buy a second account where someone already did everything. And then just rename the characters. No, I'm joking. No, I actually miss leveling up characters. That's why we keep one. That's why we keep one character in rotation for the hardcore runs. Yeah, it's weird because they already didn't went for their usual 3 slots per class. That's already weird. So it almost seems like this is like their limit. It seems like 20 is their limit or something, because else it doesn't make sense why they didn't add 3. Because they intended the opposite to happen. It's just because they're so clueless it took them 3 months into the future when it comes to that. Yeah. But I have a feeling they... Yeah, I don't know. I think they're making everything... Making every class more viable in different things has been more the case lately. Late in the last couple of years in the game than ever before. I think scribing was a huge benefiter to that as well. I think hybridization made that happen a lot more as well. But yeah, again, those changes are very debatable if they were good or not. Keep track of the inventories of all extra characters. You must not every play on the server potentially. Yeah. Have they ever... Do they ever, like... I wonder what they do to characters that haven't been logged into over half a year. It wouldn't surprise me if they're just straight up in their calculations every single day. Instead of being backlogged somewhere. Yes, before they announced Arcanist, people were asking for more character slots, and their answer was because of database size. Yeah. Well, that's weird to me. That's weird to me. Seems like a money thing. Easily overcomable. They already make us pay for it, so... Is it gold storage system? Okay, I see. So they do have that in place. But yeah, with certain things they're very weird. Again, like one funny example is that if you look in the hard data, all the old PvP campaign names are still in there. That's just one random example. I can only imagine how many other like weird stuff they have going on like that. With like changes upon changes and stuff. Yeah, but that would be... That wouldn't matter now anymore, right? Remember several years ago when everyone had to load the whole game again at one patch because they didn't know all the leading stuff was bloating the game. Yeah, I remember all the shit they removed from Cyrodiil. All the deers, the mobs. It's crazy. Orphan Crippler! Not former Emperor, yeah. Orphan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the fellowship. Join the giveaway, guys. Follow the channel. Type in drops. 1 million gold is on the line. If we get 22 more subs, we are going to add some crowns to the giveaway. If you get 87 more followers, we're gonna do the same. It seems like we're not gonna make those goals today, but we'll see. Rodrigo! Good luck on the giveaway. Sticker, good luck on the giveaway. Magenta, good luck on YouTube. Magenta, good luck on Twitch. Sand, good luck. Let's go, guys. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream soon, by the way. But I have to check on Kumon's stream because in your UI, this was his former emperor anyway. Goal? Question mark? Yeah, thank you, Gumbo. Thank you for being here. Just one thing for new players and people who think about joining ESO. Don't whisper high level players like, hey, it's creepy. Nah, whisper them, hey. No, whisper psst. Whisper them psst. Hey, you there, psst. If you see a new player, do this. Do this. If you see a new player, do this. Go sneak. And go in /say. And go... Psst. Hey. You there. And then say, give me gold? Question mark? Gold? Question mark? Gold? 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 Question mark? Gold? 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 I never had those. I never had those in ESO. It's actually one of the only MMORPGs I've never seen gold beggars. Pretty much every MMO I play, I see gold beggars all the time. Yeah, can someone send me some gold? Gold? How can I find the exact same add-ons as yours? Here, add-on list. There they are. Your Freddy's community is straight up helpful. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. This ESO community is fucking amazing. It's the reason I still play. In all honesty, it's the reason I still play. If I didn't build this stuff with the stream, and we didn't do the cool stuff that we do, I don't mean this to sound tough, or I don't mean this as like a threat or anything, but I'm 99.9% sure I would have stopped at subclassing. I would have maybe tried it and be extremely bored with the PvP, and I would have quit the game. I'm super convinced of that. Yeah, the ESO community is a big W. CP50, I want to pay me. He didn't know that the gear he got is literally less than 1,000 gold to make. Yeah. You have 70 mil? Hey, brats. Yo. About that argument earlier, I think you were right, man. I saw it all wrong. I think you were right, bro. 70 million? Yeah, that changes everything, bro. I think you were right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, we should be friends. Yeah. I think so. And I don't know about you, but my friendship is always like, you know, sharing stuff. Like, you know, if I've like a better job than you are, it doesn't matter, you know. We're We're gonna do the expensive stuff together, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You already got a couple? Well, if you're gonna say it like that, like share my opinion, right? Exactly. I don't think I just got the millions, rats. Let's not misconstrue here. I don't think I just got them. Make you farming some gold. Is subclassing bad? I do think so, yeah. I do think so. It can be fun in very particular cases. Like, you can make some roleplay builds really more roleplay. Usually by combining like one subclass thingy. But yeah, in general, I'm not a big fan of it. I have a couple of subclass builds. Let's see, this one is, Lurtz is, Legolas is. The Witch King technically is a Manwë. All the others are still pure class. I mostly play pure class still. I play 20 characters, so most of them are pure class still. But yeah, I don't like it, but I hope they're gonna do some buffs to pure classing soon, but we'll see. Is it a big nerf to play pure class? It's definitely putting yourself in a disadvantage. How big it is kind of depends on which content, which thing you're doing, how you build your character, but yeah, in general you are handicapping yourself, yeah. Argonian skin servant costume must stand back on a newly made house, Justy. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, what Kieran is saying, yeah. What time is it? Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna pick the winners. That was a very turbulent stream. Thank you for everyone who stayed with me, and thank you for everyone who tuned in later. I'm sorry for all the people that joined the giveaway before the crash and couldn't return now. I hate that shit. I wish I could prevent it, but the PC literally crashed, so join the giveaway, everyone. Follow the channel, tap in drops, but first we are gonna pick the winner on YouTube. So let's first do the YouTube giveaway. Type in drops in the YouTube chat, everyone. So this is the YouTube giveaway. So go into the YouTube chat and type in drops, like the stream, subscribe to the YouTube if you haven't already. Let's look at the YouTube. Let's look at some good news. Let's do some good news, and let's see Let's see how well the YouTube is doing. Damn! We surpassed the 3.5k subs on YouTube. Let's go! Look at this. We are exploding. Let's go, guys. Thank you so much for the support on YouTube, everyone. By the way, did you guys like the thumbnail for today's stream? That's probably the most fun about streaming on YouTube. Making thumbnails. Look at them. How much fun is it making this? Rappy! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the fellowship. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're gonna pick the winner on YouTube right now. 100,000 gold goes to 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the winner is, good luck everyone, Ultra Natum. Congratulations, man. Are you gonna go for the double win again? The only person who ever won the giveaway on both platforms on the same day. The only person to ever do it. Is he gonna do it again today? Where do you want your gold? Where do you want your gold, Ultra? On EU or NA? Come on, what's wrong? I've been feeling like a lucky stupid ESO these past few days, lol. Damn, Reds is going ham on the meta. That's the giveaway meta. You please? Alright, let's search you out immediately. It was just Ultra, right? Shroom Gage, Elevate. Ooh. Thank you, Famp. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can try this in the arena house, yeah. Thank you. $100,000 gold for Ultra. And then we're gonna pick a millionaire. Let's go. Thank you for the follows, guys. Blue Flame, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the fellowship. Dun, 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 dun. And now we're gonna pick the millionaire. 1 million gold. This is your last chance to join, guys. Follow the channel and type in drops. So follow the channel and type in drops. 1 million gold. Let's go, Piggy. Thank you so much for the follow. And good luck on the giveaway. J-Reds, welcome to the fellowship. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Join, guys. Follow the channel. Type in drops. Yo, Salzar. Pull on an A. Nice. Smart. Alright, I'm gonna slowly count down from 10. So this is your absolute last chance to join the giveaway. Follow the channel and type in drops. I repeat, follow the channel and type in drops. This is your last chance to join. If you joined way back before the crash, you have to type it in again, guys. So if you were here from the beginning of the stream, make sure to type in drops again. Because obviously the giveaway reset after the PC crash. So good luck, everyone. And the winner of the 1,000,000 golds is... Counting down from 10, 9. Make sure to be a follower as well, so follow the channel and type in drops. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the winner is... Baby, did you want to join? Baby Wit, did you want to join the giveaway? If so, quickly type in drops. There we go! In the last second. And the winner is... Good luck, everyone. 1,000,000 gold goes to... Skun! Skazun! Congratulations. 1,000,000 gold. Congratulations. Are you still here? Does anyone disagree or disagree with you, Reds? Maybe the new meta is to disagree with yourself. Damn. I'm gonna have some internal debating in front of the mirror. Looks every time. Yeah. The winner is always final if you're here at the beginning of the stream, the middle of the stream, the end of the stream. Once you are entered in the giveaway, you have a chance of winning. That is true. Alright, let's pick someone who we can raid off to. Let's look in our beautiful category. Who is online? We have Katatonia, J Hard, Tatsuya, Hammer. Anime. We have Koktra. Is Koktra gonna stay streaming? Do you guys know? Is Koktra gonna stay streaming? He is, right? He's not gonna log off anytime soon. Nah, let's raid Koktra. Diskun's answer? No, not yet, but that doesn't matter, Nikta. The winner is always final. The winner is always final. Except one time when I regrets immediately after the message popped when it was actually me who won. So if you win and you're not here, I'm gonna DM you. Because I cannot expect everyone to be here to the end of the stream. Because we also never know. I never know when I end my stream. So I don't want to keep people a hostage. Let's raid into Mr. Koktra. You guys know what to do. Spam the messages into Koktra's chat. Make sure to follow his channel once you're in there. Make sure to say hello. He's a very funny dude. Very amazing guy. He does a lot of PvP, Tales of Tribute, PvE, everything at the highest level. Thank you, Timtor. Thank you. Didn't get to see much of the stream today, but thank you, Ultra. Thank you for always being here, for always hyping up the YouTube chat together with Magenta. You guys have no idea how awesome you guys are for doing that. That is truly special. Thank you guys so much for that. Thank you guys. Thank you for all the support. We didn't break any goal today, but we got a little bit closer. We're 22 subs away, 81 followers away. So let's try again tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be here normal time, like roughly around 7 or 8 Amsterdam time. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for all the support. Dave Dippy, thank you for the raid earlier. Flaskovic, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Aaron, for the 2 gifted subs earlier. Sorry for the technical issues. I know you guys know it's not my fault, but still, I wish I had a more entertaining stream, because I actually had a bit more enthusiastic plans for today, but as you can imagine, it kind of drained and sucked the enthusiasm out of it. But we recovered well, and we had some beautiful conversations at the end. Thank you for everyone participating in those. I'm sorry if sometimes the debating sounds a bit like hostile, but I think it's necessary. I think it's better to learn from each other through being honest to each other and explain what we mean, instead of keep avoiding these conversations and never know what we truly think and feel. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you all. I love you guys. And please, please, please share the love to Koktra. Like his stream. Peace.